Mm. present time. Inspired by the ones that were left behind us. We fell for the light of a foreign sky, blind to the forces above this life. So much to the poltergeist, to hold all the love, but it's fast and nice time. Much but a light from a falling sky, fly to the forces above us like keep holding on to this present time. Inspired by the ones that were left behind us, we fell for the light of a falling sky, flying to the forces above this life. So much
Awesome.
trying to hold on a love, but it's forced and nice time. So much but a light from a falling sky, fly to the forces above us. Keep holding on to this present time. Inspired by the ones that were left behind us. We fell for the light of a foreign sky, flying to the forces above us.
I hate that so much. Ah,
Sip H, that super bass got boom, boom. Got me dead live, I'm Kurt Cobain, boom, boom. Sip H, that super bass
Um, Let me know if you can hear me fine with the music, but a few seconds. So I think right now it's like 100-ish mil, maybe that. It depends what you're doing. It really, really, really depends what you're doing. Some you can profit, some you can't. Um, it the main cost for it right now is like these things. I'd say maybe even less than that. It, if you're doing pure essence, it looks like you like maybe lose like 20-ish mil an hour, something like that. Not too bad. Because they don't sell it all right now. Yeah, I mean it's expensive, but you can also do things that make a lot of money, like what my ults are doing. If you're actually doing this for XP, it's not too bad. That's like right now my ults are making about 170 mil an hour, so you can get some pretty nuts money making methods as well. It just really depends what you want to do. But right now, this if you're racing, there's a lot of things you can do to increase. Like I used to spam um, all your defensives and whatnot for like an extra 300, 350 KXP an hour. But I was also spending like 400 mil an hour, so I don't know, I just got to a point of like, do I really want to do that? Um, it's expensive. Hate that one so much. I get my ult set up. Yeah, no problem. What level are you right now? I could probably recommend what I do. As long as you have all your like, make sure you have all your equipment worked out. That's your highest priority, or should always be the highest priority, because that gives really good XP in general as well. Um, just make sure you have that. That's like priority number one, and then make sure your souls are capped out to the point where, like, essentially, I'd cap that out second, and then after that, just resort to combat. Once you're 90 plus, rituals is significantly better, though. So, like what I did on my ults, like I just hit 90 on them today, and that was just I did combat, I did abyssal demons till 80, and then abyssal savages till 90. Both of them are like good methods. There's also like ravenous schools; those are super good if you have all the quests done for that. Um, Not to unlock them, but for the pocket slot item that makes them aggressive permanently, that's like really good. Dude, I hate this thing with a passion. Nah. I don't have any plans to do it right now. I don't think it's good money an hour, so I'm not too worried about it. I do it for the fun factor, but right now that's not my goal. It's just not worth the time. Because to do it, then I'd have to not AFK all my ults, so I'd be losing like almost 500 mil an hour by not AFK my ults. So, and it's not like great XP, so I'll eventually do it. So my plan's to do a loot from 10-hour video on it at some point. It's going to be the next, like after I finish 200 mil, I'm going to do a loot from 10-hour of the first boss, and then loot from 10 hours of the first necromancer. Because I actually think their consistent drops aren't the worst. So I'm actually curious, like what it works out to per hour. But yeah, are you already subscribed, or did you just find me by going to your YouTube? Just like, oh, some dude streaming. I have calculators if you need them. I have cheat sheets for shit. Just let me know if you need anything. There's also like my crew. He's got some good shit as well. There's a lot of people. There's just a bunch of resources available. So the community has done really well with just organizing all the data. Each drop 300 mil, or did you mean 30 mil? Because I don't think the looks like the weapons are still worth a fair amount. I think the top end legs are worth like 550 ish, and then legs or gloves, boots, and helm I think are like 300 ish. Oh, you're talking about Krill. Yeah, I didn't see your other comment. It's like, what do you mean? First Necromancer drops are that cheap? I'd be buying all of them if they were actually that cheap. But yeah, I don't. So I don't know if you know this, but once you hit 90, like one subjugation piece is four greater cloths. So you really don't need that many. I mean, you still need like a full set, but it's not nearly as much as we originally thought. Like 300 millish for like the gloves, boots, and helmish, like around that range, and then 500 to 600 for the other bits and bobs. So 300 to 600 mil, majority of them. Now the weapons, I think those are worth like 2 bill, three. I think they're like 4 billish right now. Just the weapons, yeah. The armor, not so much. Yeah, and I think they're. I think that's kind of like the goal of necromancy is to have like I think like higher tier weapons and armor available at like a slightly low cost. But I say that, and then you have like vestments. Vestments is just like dirt cheap as well. I guess we don't have a whole lot of tier 95 armor to compare it to. It's just vestments is the highest tier, right? I'm not forgetting anything. Mage doesn't. Tectonic's the highest for mage. So I mean, honestly, yeah, it's actually pretty expensive now that I compare it to like vestments, but I think investments was a lot more in the first week. I think all the armors were going for like a bill plus. So, would you want it to be power? Or would you want it to be tank? Because I don't think we can get more tankier than animate dead crit bloom shit right now. So I imagine it'd only be power gear, or like a mix, like where it has tank and power values. That'd be interesting. But yeah, I think it's gonna have to be power with some like special effect. I mean, they did nerf it, but I think it was fine to have as an option. I mean, I think it's mainly just animate dead in general. So who knows? I don't know what style they tackle first, ranger, mage, or even melee. I think melee would be the last one because I think it has too much shit. But I think it needs the most like change because it's the sweatiest at higher end. But I think it's a lot of people's favorite. I personally love melee. It's just not like higher. Like I'd say up to like mid level stuff, I love melee. Like I just love it. And then high end when you have to do like 40 different freaking switches, it's like the sweatiest and I just don't enjoy it as much. But like aside from that I love it. Yeah. It's just too much. But I wish it was easier. It's just like all the bleed switches and stuff like that that makes it hard. But I like it because it has like very little input cost. Like the most expensive thing for input cost really is like a vamp scrim if you want to use that. Fair like mage and range are like super expensive, high upkeep, and I don't care for that a whole lot. It makes mainly because I like knowing how much I made an hour. I'd like range and mage like complicate that a lot because they do have high input costs. But I guess that's kind of like the trade off with Melee is it's dirt cheap to use, but sweaty to actually. Yeah, I actually love it. Um, it's kind of mixed on it, but like after playing with some of the abilities, like I super enjoy it. I think it has so much room to like the baseline of it makes it so it can just be something that all the other combat styles can't be. Like the combination of spells and whatnot, no other style has something like that. Plus, we got is like greater chain with other abilities with like Omni. That's the closest we got. I love the synergy with each other's ability. Yeah, I just think it's cool. I like how it's like moved away from like 4-tick auto attack bullshit. I don't care for that. Um, so I think it's a good direction. I think it's super complicated to actually learn correctly, but if you can also just half-ass it and still manage something. But also like the threshold situation's weird because it doesn't have threshold, so like it interacts with revolution differently than most, and I think that system's weird to have with the current system. I think it's the better of the two systems, but it's weird to have both. Like imagine a new player learning necromancy at the start and then switching to normal combat style. I think it's really hard. Or it will be really hard because it doesn't translate well to range mage or melee. I think it's like so unique in a good way, not a bad way, that it doesn't translate well. But like there's just like weird things it does on Revo. Like it like prioritizes it doesn't do it left to right consistently the current how it currently does. I don't think it's gonna be meta at all. I think it might have like niche uses, but obviously its main use case is it's the only way to defeat the necromancer bosses. Um but no, I don't think it's gonna be used at like Solak or Virago or the only I actually did think of Angel of Death because of the like it does have some like pretty good AoE that would like work really well for the minions and whatnot, but aside from that, no. I don't think it's going to be the best or most efficient like tactic available anywhere. Um, I think it will be at some point. I think at some point it'll get that power creep that'll make it a little bit better. And I also do think in like group activities, just having a single person is going to be really really good, like extraordinarily good because it has the execute on the power gear. So if you just have one person that can do that, I think it's going to be fine. But yeah, aside from that, I don't think it's going to be the best. I just don't think the DPS is there. But we'll see. I think it's definitely going to be a you could use this everywhere type combat style, like literally take it anywhere and probably do fine with it. But I don't think it's going to be the best. Yeah, there's a lot of room for content for it because they did make it 120. And I don't know, being 120 and then having overloads, I think is going to be pretty big as well. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I think the main issue it has though is adrenaline. That's why I don't think it's going to be the best. Is because it has really bad adrenaline issues. Like it's good for bursting, but then after that, like when you don't have a replenishment potion or anything like that, I think it's really bad. And it has like terrible AoE for like spread out guys, like spread out clump. It's the worst out of all of them. I think it's tremendously bad for when they're not clumped. Like range has some options there. Mage is just gross. Melee's hurricanes probably more useful in some situations than Necro. So I don't know. It's got use cases for sure though. Like, I think Slayer with it's probably gonna be okay once we actually can use a Slayer helm with it. Because right now there's no Slayer helm buff or necromancy because like there's just no item that corresponds with it. So I think as it grows, it'll be fine. I think my biggest gripes with the skill though is one, the skeleton thing during this ritual. Um, the tasks I like, but I think it's really weird that you have to craft the gear to wear it, but you can buy it. I think it should just be untradeable, or they should remove the requirement to craft it once to wear it. I think it's so awkward. It's so weird. Yeah, we know there's gonna be a 2H. It's just not on release. At some point, there's gonna be a two-hander. They've kind of like laid that out, and I don't think it'll be. I think it has to be a boss drop or something because currently there's no. I don't know. It'd be weird to slap another item in the smithing thing. Yeah, which I like. Don't get me wrong. I kind of like it, but I just think it's really weird to like. I like having to do a task to be able to wear something. I feel like I earned it. I just think it's weird that it's still sellable and tradable, and you can buy something that you physically can't wear even if you meet the level requirement for it. Like that to me is just really weird. I don't know the best way to solutionize that though. Because I like the task system, which the task system is what kind of builds that out. But I don't know, it's a hard problem. I how they could do is completing the task gives you like 5% damage for that tier, and that alone would like make it worth doing. Like I think that's like the best of all solutions where like someone can just buy something if they want to skip it and they want to pay for it. Um but we still kind of want to keep the reason to like Iron Man it and to craft it yourself and to do the task and whatnot. Like I think that'd be a better solution than what they currently have. Because what I compare that to is like divination. There's the boon you can create for the tier or whatnot. Uh, but that's what gave me that idea. Is the boon kind of does something like that where it rewards you for like permanently unlocking something. Because I love the task system, I just don't think it's. I just think it's weird on how it's implemented. Because I love trying to solo next with like tier 70 gear or whatever. That was fun. Like that was like I super enjoyed that. It made me feel like I earned it. Ambassador, that's fucking stupid shit. That was hard, but I enjoyed it. I got my ass handed to me, but it's fun. Yeah, it makes you kind of like learn the content as you go. Exposure. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean lessens replayability value? Like, I'd say I enjoyed this 99 grind more than like any other combat style for sure. Yeah, that sucks, but like the first time experience I think is really really good. But like on my ults, yeah, it kind of sucked. I did get really like my ults could do it so much faster than what my main originally could because I just like learned small things you could do to like speed it up, and I like came better prepared. So, but yeah, no, I didn't enjoy it. So like, I had like the worst experience too because I made tier 70 great gear to trade over my ults because I was like, because I this is before I knew you literally couldn't wear it even if you had the level requirement. So I had my main make a whole extra set of everything times three, and then I realized it's fucking useless and I can't do anything with it whatsoever. Uh, that sucked. Like that really really sucked. Because my goal is to get my main to level 90, and then he can make multiple of everything with like the glyphs. So it'd be so much faster, so much cheaper to do it that way. Uh, but yeah, that didn't work out as planned. So I ended up selling the gear though, still for like pretty sizable amount, like 5 to 10 mil each for like the lanterns. Because that's the main thing. I just wanted to have like tier 70 weapons, and then do the upgrade to or do the have the ults unlock like 70 power gear or whatever, and then they could upgrade the level 60 to level 70. Um, that's a good question. I think I'm positive. I was negative up to like 2 hours ago, but now I think I'm starting to get in the positive range. And like for the rest of the race, I'll be positive. But like for a while there, when I was doing the spell spamming, like this bullshit, I was losing. Yeah, I definitely got in the negatives while I was doing that. At one point, I did spend 700 mil in a single hour, and I was like, yeah, if I keep doing that, I'm definitely going to be negative. Like, too much. Because at that point, my ults weren't even making money because they were grinding for um, 90. So I really didn't want to pair that with, like, I'm not even making money and I'm spending it at an absurd rate. So, yeah, like, that was like 2 days ago or whatever. Yeah. It's, I mean, so, uh, rank one, whatever is Dave, he was doing that like day two, and that's why he has the lead that he has, and he is spending bills an hour because that's when rune prices were like the most expensive. That's why he had the lead that he has. Is he's doing everything that everyone else is doing right now. He was just doing it way earlier, and that made like an absurd difference because the base XP you get. I need to get my ult set up real fast. I need to stop talking, but I could explain that a little bit more. I just realized one of my ults is just chilling, and it's waste time. It's neat. And I'm so close to just have my main set this out until I get this one going. But he started doing it earlier. And because these have like really like base XP, it's 300k to 350k XP an hour base, and you can start doing that like super early. So when you're getting like less than 900k XP an hour, you could like you essentially get like what is that? Not quite 50% increase, but like 40-ish% increase in XP an hour. And he was doing that so much earlier than everyone else. But yeah, that's like that's why he has rank one in my opinion. He's also doing like insane like hours. I am definitely not competing for. I was like maybe thinking I could go for top 25, and then I saw that there's 3,000 people with 200 mil all. I was like, yeah, that's a very good chance that I'm not gonna get top 100 even at this rate, just because that's so many people. No, no one's 200 mil. I think first 200 mil is gonna be either tonight or tomorrow morning from Dave. I think he was like 30 hours off last night. So I don't think he'll get it today, but except if he's like storing a bunch of tombs or whatnot. Him, Dave. I'm assuming Dave is a him, but Dave is definitely getting rank one. Lemmy is not going to be rank one anymore. I think the race is essentially between Dave, Omid, I trolled you, and I'd have to look at. There's someone else I'm missing, but Dave has like I think like a good 5+ hours on everyone else, and he's doing pretty insane things. But I'm imaging Micro like the other like crater wise. I think it's going to be Omid, I trolled you, and Micro in the top 10, and then a bunch of randoms kind of fill in like Legacy of KG and shit like that. Like people like them. I think Stormy, yeah, Legacy of KG. I know he's up there. I think he's ranked 2. That's who I was forgetting. I think it was it's date. I mean, I could pull it up to be honest. I might do that once I redo my vaults because now I'm curious on exactly. Let's look at this together. Nora, good old All right. Okay. Ooh, Candyman. I know I told you hasn't logged out for a long ass time though. Same with Micro. But Dave's got like a huge lead on everyone. Got it right after this event. I failed it. That's so sad. Okay. So yeah, that's like a huge lead. 20 mil. I mean, it's super close for the next bit, but it's definitely Dave. Which is weird because we like so rank wise. I mean, it's Zenzima for God knows how long, and then it's Xiaomi, and then it was I don't. I think Lamy had rank one the longest time out of everyone else. Maybe Zezima, but it's like last 3 skills. I think right. Like invention, he was rank one. Archaeology, he was rank one. Divination, he was rank one. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that's just how this race went. Though, is a lot more people were like really really prepared for this one, and it's combat skill. So like, just, yeah, it's people are just way more willing to just go ham on it, and especially with it being a slower skill. I mean, a faster skill. I think like going into this, I thought it'd be like a 700k to 500. I mean, to like 1.1 mil XP an hour through combat methods. Like that's what I worked out and expected, but then I got up to like close to 3 million XP an hour is what they're getting. So like they couldn't do the hours that they're doing sustainably for like 3 weeks if it was 1 mil XP an hour, but seeing that it's 3 mil XP an hour, it makes more sense to essentially go do like 40 hours straight and then nap for 2 hours. Because they know the sooner they get it done, the sooner. Like if they can finish in a week, that's slightly sustainable. But if you do that for 3 weeks, I don't think anyone's actually able to do that without some drug or something. But yeah, I'm slacking a little bit. But yeah. Um. So I had an ER visit yesterday, which kind of threw a wrench in everything. But I think it was Monday day of release. I was on release till like 5 a.m. the next day. So that was like a 22-hour day, and then I slept for 4 hours. So roughly, I've slept like I don't know. It's hard to say because I had the ER visit, so it kind of like threw me off a bit. So yeah, so I have like blood clotting disorders and whatnot, and I had like a really, really tremendously bad pain yesterday morning at like 9 a.m. I went to bed at 6, and then I was gonna sleep for 4 to 6 hours, and then I got woken up by the pain in my left leg, like tremendously bad. I had like my neighbor drive me to the ER because I just couldn't drive. I'm like a block away from the hospital, so it's not like a huge deal. But ended up just being like muscle spasms, like I've had a blood clot before, like when I was 21, and it was like way worse than that. And blood clots are like just really, really painful, and there's no like physical sign for it either. It's just like it felt like the back of my calf was just getting like yanked. I don't know how to describe, like the muscle being pulled from the bone is like literally how it felt. Yeah. So I went to the ER because if it's a blood clot thing, and I'm on blood thinner, so it should be like nearly impossible for me to get a blood clot. But it felt like that, and I have to take those things really, really seriously, so I had to go to the ER. And I was there for almost 7 hours. So that hurt. I did play for like an hour, maybe an hour and a half on mobile, but it just wasn't good. And then I got back from that and I just slept. So there's like 10, 12 hours that if that didn't happen, I probably would have played more, or I would have definitely played more. Yeah, everything worked out. But it just sucks. So when I got back, that's when I bought like all the runes and just went kind of ham on doing the try hard method for a bit to kind of catch up on that, which felt kind of nice. But yeah, I just don't want to spend that type of money because I'm not really competing for front page or anything like that. Obviously, way too out of that race. But my last rank was 133, and I really, really, really want a sub 100. Like, ideally, that's what I get. But I have, I think I could look it up. Like, I'm gonna check ranks after this. Events. I want to see if it's even possible. Like, early on, I didn't think it was gonna be a fast skill. So I was focusing on, like, unlocking a bunch of things, which really threw me off. Like, if I was to go back at this, I'd go at it at a completely different angle because I thought it was going to be a slower skill. Like 1 mil XP an hour is huge difference from approach for a 2 mil plus XP an hour. Like completely different. I was expecting it to be slightly slower than archaeology. Like I took 3 weeks off work for it, but and it's not going to take that at all. I think I'll be done sometime next week. Okay, let's just see. So, yeah, I'm currently ranked 398, so I'm a ways off. I do have like a level banked or whatnot, but it's a lot more competitive. I do think it's going to slow down a little bit once I hit 120, but I don't know by how much. And that's the real issue. It's crazy to me that there's so many people going for this. I knew it, like I didn't know there's 3,000 people 200 mil all because I was like, oh, well, there's probably 1,000 or so now, and then I checked right before. It's like, holy shit! And I did not prep nearly as well as I thought I did. Like, I didn't have AnQ set up. Yeah, the whole start. I spent a lot of time on tasks, like doing ambi and whatnot. I spent like an hour on getting tier 90 weapons unlocked when there's like faster options I could have done, and I did tasks I didn't need to do. There's just plenty of room for improvement. And I was definitely late on the whole ritual thing. Like people are doing that like 3 days or 2 days before I was, which is it would have just changed a lot. And like stupid shit, like I didn't know you could have the glyph alterations for like I want to say like 14 hours or something. And that's huge. Just knowing about that earlier on, that there's an extra drop down, it's so stupid. Just so many small things. Like maybe I just didn't read something in the tutorial, but like I did not read that there's an alteration drop down in the. That just pissed me off actually. Oh, and then not knowing how to solve the skeleton thing. I didn't know how to solve the skeleton puzzle till I was level 91. Like 91 necromancy. So I didn't go at rituals like they were gonna be good XP at all. Because I got to the skull part where those are like coming up non-stop. This is before like, ugh. Oh, they did. All the top ranks were like streaming and talking to each other. But I wasn't watching Twitch early on because I was streaming myself, and I can't watch Twitch streams while I'm doing YouTube streams because they play copyrighted music. So if I like watch their video or watch their streams with sound, then I can get copyright striked. And I already had that happen, so I'm not doing that again. It complicates things. But I'd rather have it. I don't know. I kind of like talking to people when they do join, um, and I kind of like the documented like progress type things. So, like, I like that I'm gonna have like all of my progress from like level 1 of a new skill to 200 mil just somewhere. I don't know. Something I care about, but not a lot of people do. Yeah, the thing with that is, I wanted to stream that more, but I got copyright. Like that's when it happened. Like when I first got copyright striked, it was on the Fresh Start Worlds videos, and I literally couldn't upload or do anything for 14 days because I did want to document everything there. And I was duo streaming on Twitch and YouTube. You can't do that anymore. Your Twitch doesn't allow it anymore. Um, but like I enjoyed that side of things. And this is a lot easier than what Fresh Start Worlds was. Fresh Start Worlds was so much harder. Like attention wise, planning wise, how long it went for is like a much harder experience. But like there's some days I just straight up missed on Fresh Start Worlds, and that kind of sucked, but still like how it's documented though. Mainly for me, like if I just go back and go like, what the hell did I do? I can just go back and look at a specific thing. So, but appreciate the compliment. Yeah, I loved it. It's like I think it's the hardest skill in the game. Like it like most attention. There's no AFK method or whatever. But like it's so much fun. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Like I love the community side of it. I like just everything about it. I really enjoyed. Still can't believe people like literally lamp dungeoneering life and day. Like it bugs me so much. It's one of the guides I want to do is like an actual correct 1 to 99, 120. I've got like some start on it, but it's gonna take a long time to do it well because I do want to do it like really well. But everything kind of makes me want to wait a little bit because Necromancer is probably gonna get introduced with dungeoneering updates. That's how I see it. Because like as necromancy is like added more places in the game this like next year, it will eventually probably have to be added to dungeoneering. And then when they do that, they're probably gonna be like, oh shit, there's a lot of shit broken in dungeoneering because there is. And then they're probably gonna patch some things there. Because there's just obvious like there is just really blatant like bugs, and I think it's a large room for improvement for like a new player experience because dungeoneering's great. Like it's great. They just don't teach it well. Don't. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that I imagine they're gonna have to touch when they get to it, or I hope they do, because dungeoneering needs some quality of life. Like they kind of touched it a few years ago, because there's like stuff I learned on Fresh Start Worlds because I haven't done dungeoneering in like 5, 6, actually probably close to 8 years. Like the outfit's something I never actually had to actively use. Um, like the smuggler can auto buy you stuff. I don't think guide mode existed when I originally played or originally did 200 mil dunge, and guide mode changes a lot of things. Like it's a very viable option early on, or if you're just learning in general. It's not the most efficient, but like, if you're learning, it is the most efficient for you. So, because if you do like 30-minute larges, you're definitely an individual that should probably be using guide mode for things. Or For rushes, for sure, at least. I hate that one so much. When it comes at an angle like that, that's when I hate it. Or like when it goes straight on and you don't know which side it's gonna go on. That's the one I hate by far. It's so hard to tell. I hope they do updates to it. I don't know if they will, but my assumption is as it rolls into the game, Dungeoneering is probably gonna want to be one of the highest priorities. To me, it would be because it incorporates all other skills, and like when they did the divination rework, Dungeoneering got touched on that like pretty heavily. That's like the best divination method still in Dungeoneering since that update. I like Dungeon Release as well. But man, was it miserable, like looking back at it. Like back when like a large under an hour was a good floor and free to play. That's how I remember it. That's like how I started dungeoneering, is I was free to play during that whole time. And I would do like hour-long dungeons with people. This is like where everyone's like fishing and cooking their own food type stuff. God damn it, I failed that one too. I really need to focus a little bit. I enjoyed it. Like, but I think the problem with RS3, like now doing dungeoneering, is just finding people. And people don't want to do solo, so they just lamp it. Even though solo is like debatably one of the most efficient ways to train it. Like rank 2 on Fresh Start Worlds was a solo only player essentially. He occasionally would do some floors with us, but he was essentially solo. Because when you calculate the like include like the time it takes to recruit people, solo you have the option to buy like the solo cards instead of the group cards. Just everything's way more smooth. No, no. Miley was in the top 25 for sure. I can't remember what rank specifically. But rank 1 was James. Like, when I say rank 1, I mean like 200 mil. James was rank 1. And then it was... I'd have to look back at it. Oh, there's my alarm to wake up, which is redundant. And then it was TY for Floors, which was the solo player I was talking about. And then I think it was Cookie. And then I can't remember. Miley was closer to me, I believe. Because I finished in the top 25. I can't remember which rank specifically. I feel it was either 13 or 23. I can't remember. But I had 3 accounts in the top 100 when I finished. I think I had like rank 60 and rank 80 ish, and then obviously my main, which was the top 25. I just have to go back in the video, but I was the third person to get 99. When I say person, like, well, no, it'd be fourth, because there's James and one other person, and their 3 ults were the first 5, and then it was Cookie, and then it was me. And then I think it was TY for Floors, and then someone else. So, and then I went on vacation in New York to go to League of Legends games. So, doing Fresh Start Worlds gave me a lot of confidence going into this one, but yeah, that's kind of short-lived. So, if I wasn't doing my ults, that'd also probably help, but then I wouldn't have the income to do what I'm currently doing. So I'm kind of prioritizing making money. Like, I think I'll make like 10 bill plus from Necro. Because at this point, my ults are 100% finished. They have every single unlock available that will make them more money, except for the 99 cape. So at this point, they're just printing money. So. And I have no reason to do combat anymore on my main. It's just something I'm going to occasionally AFK. But me getting my ult sorted out, so it's really, really good. I hate the skeleton though. Like, that's one thing I hope to God they change Monday is just make it brighter. Like the indication for it's just a little bit better. It doesn't need to be much better. It just needs to be a little bit better. I think all the other events are like completely fair. It's just that one feels so unfair. Maybe that's just like a me problem, but it feels really bad. I know it's not a me problem because it took almost everyone in the game like 20 hours to figure out how to solve it. I think everyone kind of knows how to solve it now, but it was really rough there for a bit. Is the music too loud, by the way? Or is it a good volume? I didn't stream yesterday, and I've kind of changed a lot of my settings, so. Because I'm someone that, like, I kind of need background noise. Just paused it when I started talking because it threw me off a little bit. Listening to a Spanish song, I have no idea what they're saying, but it still sounds nice. I'm averaging 2 million XP an hour right now. That's not too bad. I'm super happy with that, actually. I want to see how my ults are doing on XP. While they're just making money. Because I just want to see how long it's going to take them to get 99. Because 99 would be nice to have on them. I like it better when it spawns like this, where it's like kind of angled. It is possible to get 2 XP drops there. I've been trying to do that. I haven't done it a single time yet. I think as the RS guy mentioned he could. It's like news to me. But I'd rather not have the ability to do that and be able to actually see where they're supposed to go. So, After this, I'm gonna see how many souls I'm at as well. This is kind of what I'm working towards. I'm gonna switch from this once I get the souls requirement. 35k or whatever. Because this is still really good XP and it kind of does both, but the pure essence way is cheaper. I'm still ways off. 25k. I haven't had a death spawn moth for a while. Can't let's see what my XP is at with them. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing this and Abyssal Beasts that are in my Player on Slayer dungeon for the next it's 1 day, 2 hours. I was debating about doing a 24-hour stream, like actually commit to a full 24-hour stream, but I don't think it's the most efficient way for me to play right now. And it's kind of risky with like my league, so I'll definitely be doing at least one before I'm 200 mil. See if I can. I barely did one for Fresh Start Worlds, like barely. Why is this playlist stopped? What the hell? Click anything. My ult XP rate's so trash. Well, you have to have melee, so that becomes a little hard. But you're saying you still switch for dills and you still had trouble with them? I kind of need. I wanted to do it on my ults, to be honest, at some point, but I don't think Necro's gonna be able to get through them. Oh, so you're saying the summons can hit him? Because I know one of the old metas used to be like a Steel Titan spec on everything, like pre-UC. What I typically do is take a scythe and just AoE him. Oh, you even did. Okay. I typically zero food kill him. I just use the only time I ever need food is on the dill wave. What is it, 27 or 28 or whatever? And I just use one there. That's all I need. What gear did you take? Did you take like Sliske or something, or did you take Obsidian? Or did you take Necro gear? Oh, okay. Tank or power? I'm assuming power. Power, you get slapped in power. Like, I mean, I did power in my main, but my ults have the tank gear, and holy shit, it does its job. Like, I actually think for like training wise, for what the meta is, tank gear is actually better. Like, it's not better for bosses by any means, but like, it's it's gross. Like, it's disgusting. Because the thing with training, the power gear does the insta kill or execute. You don't get the experience from that, so it's actually a nerf. But you have the benefit of it being power gear, obviously. But because you don't get the XP from the executes, no. I was getting higher XP rates in my ult for what they had, to be honest. And it's like so much more AFK. Like dodge chance is so busted. Like it's just like a flat like one. I don't know if you've looked at the stats for the tank gear. It's gross. Like tier 70 will put you at 14,000 health. It's so gross. I think you can get up to like probably 18, 19k health with yeah, it's gross. But like the health bonus alone is gross. It's just I actually think that the tank gear is like really good. Like might even be like animate level. I mean animate dead level. I'm not for sure though. It's definitely good. And I think you can use darkness with any style. Yeah, you can. God, that's so gross. A 20%, like essentially, it's just you take 20% less damage. What it's gonna work out to. It's not as good as like I'd rather take like a flat damage reduction than just avoid 20% like damage because because you can still get slapped by one big hit. But I think that's so good. Like, it's not combat specific. Fix it probably. I don't know. I think it's meant to be flexible because that's why they nerfed Animate Dead. Like one of the biggest reasons they nerfed Animate Dead is because they knew something like this was going to come out, and it stacking sounded spooky to them, rightfully so. That's one of those things is why they also nerf like FSOA stuff is because if we have more crit chance, it became insanely hard to balance, and I imagine we're gonna have more crit related things come specifically with Necro, like Necromancy is just purely a crit. a crit combat style. Yeah, it is. If as long as you can use 100% accuracy, as long as you're at 100% accuracy, so it's really really good. Like you're talking about Reeves' ring, right? The only con of it is the negative accuracy. But if it's like if you have 100% accuracy, then it's gross, like everything else. And like full book is super gross as well. Like debatably better than Grim in some situation because it's flat percent damage, and it looks like I don't know. Just a lot of things are just interesting with crit. It really depends what you're fighting. Like it really really depends. Like if you're fighting all the bosses, you have 100% accuracy so early on. So like Reaver's Rings there is always best in slot. Abbey Demons, depending on your level, it really depends. It just really depends. At least it's easy to keep track of. Oh my god. I know where it is. God, I hate that. Because I'm on the opposite side of it, I can't click on it. That's just stupid. But like if you're doing fight kill and you're not gonna have 100% accuracy on like anything in there, so Reaver's Ring's not best in slot there. Which is where like Ring of Death, Dwarves Ring, like the dwarves, like all those are solid options. It's gonna take me so long on my ult to get to 99. Not too worried about it. I was gonna max for Necro at my ults, and then I realized, yeah, what's the point of like I'd have to be doing insane hours beforehand, and it put my risk at like more prep. Like, double XP and Necro release at the same time was like rough for me personally, because I really wanted to do stuff for my ult, but and my main, and I also wanted to do prep for Necro, and then I also had like some IRL shit happen that was like not planned whatsoever. That's going to be like a huge time sink. Is a huge time sink then because I had like deadlines to send paperwork and whatnot, and then I essentially have like a kid apparently that I did not know is mine come up like the week before Necro, and that was a not ideal situation. So that was really 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 rough. Just timing across the board for me during this has been like not great. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I'm like some 4-year-old from like one of my exes in the past. I was not aware it was mine. So, and she also did not communicate it was mine. So, it's interesting is the only complicated is the more right word for it, and when I explain it to people, the only thing they say is good luck because I got to go down the whole like custody route and whatnot. So yeah, no, that's a little personal and stuff though. But yeah, that the timing of that and this was not great. So, but I'm not gonna use those as excuses. I think even if like everything went fine, I think it would have been really rough for me to meet all my goals that I originally had. Like top 100, I think is gonna be really hard. I think it's still possible, but it's gonna be hard. You know what I should start? That's what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna start keeping track of my rank daily, like what I finish at, and yeah, I'm gonna start doing that because I want to see if I'm actually making progress towards the top 100 or if I'm just like sticking around the same people the whole time. that makes any sense. I did do that with Dungeoneering quite a bit. I'm gonna, I've got like a. I spent a lot of time spreadsheeting the like stuff, mainly for making money and like sorting out all the requirements for gears and whatnot. Let's set that up. Dungeoneering is my favorite, and then archaeology, and then probably Necro or Slayer. I'd say Necro just because of recency bias, but oh my, I'm slacking so hard right now. But Dungeoneering is my favorite, and then archaeology. I like invention. I think invention is the best skill for the game, but not the best skill in the game, if that makes sense. I think it's the most impactful and the most impactful and the best skill in the game, like for the game, not in it, but like for it, like benefits the long term health of the game, and did like amazing things to the game in general, and will always like forever be useful. But there's no like special way to train it or like mysteries and stuff like that, like other like archaeology has that makes it like super stand out. And I'm like top 100 in invention. I was the 55th person to get 99, the 40th person to get 120. I think I'm like top 100 in it right now, like ranked 60. I think is what I ended up finishing. That is the first skill I actually raced in ever. I wouldn't even call it a race. I just like no lifed it. But I wasn't really going for ranks at the time. I wasn't really paying attention to ranks. I just enjoyed it. I enjoyed training it. I made so much money from it just because I was doing so many hours. And I was doing like Erits at the time on release, and Erits were like I want to say like 12 mil an hour or something like that. That's the first time I got into using like an ult as well, because I had an ult that would like no, I didn't do explosive. I did actual like training. I did Erits and Abbey Demons, Erits for like a large percentage of it, and then I did Dark Beast early on with Salamanders because it was like a cheap option, and then I ended up spending like I was doing like Bando's gear, disassembling with like essentially any gear that I could get that was around like the 10 to 15 mil range. And I was actually making money overall. Because I'd have like ults in multiple worlds picking up all the Erits loot because no one was picking it up. So I had an ult on my world picking up my loot, and then I had an ult in another person's world picking up loot, and then I had another ult in another person's world just sitting there with note paper picking up every single drop. And this is when the bones were like, I want to say like 15k ish to 20k ish or something like that. And people are killing thousands an hour, so each one of my ults is probably making like 15 to 20 mil an hour, which back then was like really, really good money. I really enjoyed it. I got like 200 mil strength at the time as well, which was my first 200 mil with strength. So I actually think invention was like one of my. I think it was my third 200 mil was invention. I kind of started the whole like 200 mil all grind actually was invention. I think it had the most impact on me now that I actually think about it. What's your is would you say invention is your favorite skill then, or do you just like it? Arch is like I think art like I know liked Arch pretty hard at the earliest because of like COVID time and whatnot. I super enjoyed that. I think overall that's when I had so much hope for the future skills of RuneScape is with archaeology because how they released it is amazing. Like completely different gathering skill than any other skill in the game. It's like an all-in-one type skill, and yeah, I think I like it because they took such a different approach for it, or like just blew everyone's kind of like expectations for it out of the water. Like the mystery side of it, I think was so cool. Like the lore, I hate quests and shit like that in the game, but like I actually really like the mysteries. And my biggest gripe with archaeology is they didn't implement some artifact bank, some chest just for storing artifacts. And they just like, yeah, everyone, if you're just training archaeology, that's just like 500 bank space that you're just gonna have to live without. That's my biggest gripe with the skill. If they just added one chest, or just added it to like the existing chest to also store artifacts, it would be a 10 out of 10 skill. It's the only problem with it is it should just be an artifact deposit at the exact same spot you store all your resources, and it's organized by collection. Or hell, give them the option on how they want to store it, if they want to store it alphabetically, collection, or whatever. Because half the skill of archaeology is being organized, which is why I did really well in it because I had spreadsheets for everything. But like it's annoying. Like archaeology is one of the first thing I trained on all my accounts, just so like all the bank spaces just can be used for archaeology at that point. Before I start having like gear and quest items and all that jazz, it's just your archaeology. You're going to be doing it to the next point, and then after that, I will clean you. What's your least favorite skill? That one's a harder one for me. I think I know what it is, but actually, a combat style is actually your least favorite. I'm thinking divination for me personally. I think construction's fine now. I think it's either divination or rune crafting, or even fishing. I think fishing's the worst gathering skill. Fire making's up there for me, but there's methods that are actually like pretty cool, like chars, bonfire. Now, if it was old, like line fire making, I'd 100% agree with you because it's like AFK, and if you don't want AFK, you have so many options. When I say so many options, you have char caves, you have the new one that's on Anachronia. Like you just have options now. What did you buy Greco and as like max cash plus as well, or like an absurd amount? I feel like RuneScape's got to that point though where it's so beneficial to just hard commit down one style because all the gear's so expensive. And then just buy like tier 80s for like the other combat styles till you completely made all your goals for the other combat style. Because it's just so expensive. Like trying to get max gear and everything's so hard. I think it's way more beneficial just to like get max range or get max mage or get max melee and just commit down that style to make money. Oh, what was it gonna do? Oh, rank. I'm gonna keep track of ranks. How do I want to do this? You guys don't need to see my ult, right? I'll just like leave it over here for a bit. I'll switch my camera. I hate the monkey. I hate the monkey. Um, okay, I'm slacking, but I want to do. I actually kind of want to keep track of like my rank over time. It's kind of hard to multitask. Dude, I'm slacking. Okay, I just need to get this done. Alright, needs. Started so I can have it. Those are all the fields I'm going to try and keep track of. Just update that over time. Kind of want to put like. I want to see. I want to do still daytime if I can on update. I hate the monkey. That moth might have screwed me up actually. There's no way I only get two out of that one. I'm I'm slacking, man. God damn it. It's so hard to watch you do shit like that. Oh no. I really need to keep track of the time. First, um, that's rough. What instantly came to mind was so you know where like Ivy is behind a Varrock Castle? That bear that's in that cage. Me spending a whole day at the library trying to figure out how to get there. I think that's one of my like earliest memories. It's just how to kill that bear. Like how do you get to it? Because you could see the I want to make sure I don't miss as much XP as I was. Because you could see the trap door, but like I saw no way to actually get there. I think that's what comes to mind. Timeline. Well, I mean, I kind of like that question too. Yeah, through the sewer, but I didn't know that obviously at the time. But I kind of ask that people like that question when I like, hey, what's the first memory you have in general? Because I kind of like that question. And what I'm actually after is not really the time frame. Like, if they had like three different memories that came to mind, but they don't remember the order at which they happened, and I just want to know like, what's the first thing you think of? Because I think that thought's like really cool. Like for me, like you asked it on RuneScape, like IRL is like when I was younger, I was on my stepdad's shoulders at the time, looking up the sky. I have no idea what frame of time that was. I just know I was super young. It's something I really remember. Stuff like that. I like those questions because it makes you think like, what's actually the first memory you physically remember? And you know that one guy that's like, I remember being in my mom's womb. I was like, okay, bud, here you do. But which way are you gonna go, Scully? You did not go the way I wanted you to. Eighth skeleton. I think it's 34 is going to be the next one. And then 22, and then 10. What's yours? What's your first RuneScape memory? And then if you want to throw an IRL one in, go for it, because I like those type of things. Okay, I guess I remember that too. Trying to get through the cave. I mean, yeah. You're not the cave, but the fence. I get like the GP for that. Pretty good at Alcrid. I didn't know about the quest either, and I also didn't know you could just walk around. I didn't learn that till I think I was a member, and I had to do what's the quest required for ancients at some point? Exam center. Till I had to go to the exam center, I literally did not know you could just go around that. Because I think you could have gone around it since like the existence, but I have no idea. All right, I got one for you. I like this question as well. If you could remove one skill, what would it be and why? Because your least favorite skill is range, but I don't see you actually saying you should remove that skill from the game. Fire making is definitely the obvious choice. When I think of a more like useless skill, it's always been useless. Fletching's useful. Construction. Construction's up there for me because we don't actually use it the way I think we should. The other one for me is either attack or strength, and just go with like one specific style, like one specific one. Oh, agility. Okay, actually, agility would take it from fire making for me. Yeah, agility for sure. Just because training that shit on Iron Man's so stupid. Actually, it at least makes some sense compared to fire making, but like, fuck that skill. Like, Silverhawks exist for Manscape, which is the only reason why I have 99s in my ults. But fuck, like I've done it in Iron Man, and that's just not fun. Same with like old school. I've got 99 on fucking old school. Just I hate the skill. And it hasn't evolved at all in the last like God knows how many years. Just no one cares anymore because we have Silverhawks. So I hate that. I hate that. I hate that so much. Yeah. Yeah, but Div makes like sense thematically as well. Because like the history of it is, what is it? Zamrock and Ceradomin were fighting, and it put like a crater in the world, and then with that released all the memories of Guthix and whatnot. It's like, yeah, I think training it feels like really stupid, but at least it like makes sense as like higher level you get, the more like interesting memories you can get, even though it's not really used that way. Plus, could you imagine not having Grace of the Elves for for some things now? Like, imagine not Grace of the Elves not existing and doing archaeology right now. No one does caches. That's they could though. They could definitely do invention. Caches is purely for Iron Men that need it, or like bots that need to make money. 'I'm so bad at that. 34. But I think my order realistically would be fire making then agility probably. I could argue for either agility or fire making. We have like old fire making where it's like in a line as well. It's just like that existed for so many years, and they're like, yeah, this is a perfectly fine way for everyone to like do it. You can't have multiple people training it in a single area. It's literally super click intensive. It's super like doesn't benefit you or your account in any meaningful way, other than you might just be able to make a fire on Karamja or whatnot. Like that was the only time where I was like, "Holy shit, fire making's useful." Is when I was on Karamja free to play, and everyone was cooking like lobsters or whatnot. That was the only time it's ever been good. Hey, Nightwolf, how are you? Again, you somehow find your way to a RuneScape channel. I have to get up and stretch at some point. I also need to put ice in my leg. No, it's 58. Am I just appearing in your recommended because you're not subbed, right? Because there's no reason for you to sub to RuneScape Creator if you don't even play it, but you're also just chilling here, so. I got some sleep. Yesterday was like a not so good day though. I had to go to the ER at like 9 a.m. I was there for 7-ish hours. I had like a muscle spasm that I thought was a blood clot. When I say, like, because when I think of muscle spasm, I think of like your muscles contracting or whatnot, like off and on. But this was like something else. It was like extraordinarily painful. So they gave me some muscle relaxer, and then just kind of confirmed it wasn't a blood clot, and then like sent me on my way. Oh god damn it! If I fail that because of that, I'm gonna be so pissed. Yeah, it didn't give insights into updates back then. Focus on this. Just make sure I don't miss this one. Five hours is nothing. What was it? Not yesterday, the day before that, I streamed for, I think it was 23 hours in a single day. I just stopped stream at 12 and then restarted though. If you go to like Twitch for RuneScape section right now, there's like my crew I think's been streaming. There's someone that's doing the same shit I am that's been streaming since Monday, like nonstop. Given he'll have his like wife do content while he sleeps or takes a break or something, but how did I fail that one? That's so stupid. I hate that one. Definitely clicked it. Maybe not. I'm not a teddy bear. I am a tiger. But yeah. I'll probably do a 24-hour stream either next Monday. I thought about doing one today, but I want a little bit more interaction before I stream for 24 hours straight. Maybe next Tuesday I'll do a 24-hour stream. Still just be doing this shit though. Got a 6-hour message. Archaeology, for sure. Favorite skill release, without a doubt. Given I only really played, I played on Dungeoneering release and Summoning release, but I wasn't a member on Summoning, and Dungeoneering I was free to play as well. I enjoyed it, but like I don't, I don't think I remember it as much as I do with like Archaeology release. There's a lot. Like I was technically playing for all the releases from like Slayer, but I don't remember any of them because I wasn't playing the game to where I was like keeping up to date with like updates and whatnot. I was just kind of playing it to play. Archaeology, on the other hand, was like I was 200 mil everything. I was like really just waiting for something. I think it's going to be really, really. Oh, my favorite update in general of the game. Fuck, that one's hard. I'd say old school, honestly. Uh, I think the old school release is something I super, super enjoyed. We're going over like both games, like the release of old school. Aside from that, ugh, max cash updates actually up there for me. G limit and stuff like that. Like small bank presets. I'd say bank presets. Best update they've ever done to the game. Yeah, yeah. Say for like generic update, that's probably one I think did really, really well. Favorite skill release archaeology, and then best update probably being preset bank rework in general. It's like an odd one, but I think it's really good for the game. I don't know. There's a lot of good things that they've done. And part of me also wanted to say uh like the combat system changes, but like the release of that was terrible. Like how they released Evolution of Combat was tremendously bad. But I think where it's at now is in a really good spot. They just really fucked it up on release. Like I'd even enjoy it. Like I did Next on release with it. They fucked it up. How about you? You're just going through all the history of every update ever. Like there's so many. Like you could put bosses on the list. Like Zamrock, I think was great. Araxor, I thought was great. Like I guess I'd have to do like a favorite thing per like kind of category, like favorite skill, favorite boss release, favorite quality of life update. Like Because I'd have a different answer based on that's a hard one. I might go get some milk. I got some milk and cookies I kind of want to eat. I haven't. I bought so much food for prep. When I say food, like nuts and all that jazz. Can you do RuneScape? I mean, commands in YouTube comments. You didn't kill. Yeah. Wish I was better prep for just streaming on YouTube because I'm used to like using a bot for stuff. There's a few things I wouldn't mind having bots for. Oh no, dude, I'm slacking hard. I feel like half the like just fun of streaming YouTube. I mean, streaming RuneScape on YouTube or just streaming in general is just conversations and whatnot. I feel like the more people involved, the more enjoyable it is. And it's like any streaming though, because this content is not riveting at all. You were gonna see me fail clips. That's about it. And then when my ults eventually sell what they're making, just make a shitload of money. It's something. Well, I'm thanking you guys for interesting talking. No, like if I could talk to people nonstop, this would make my life so much like easier. It'd be so much easier to stay out and do long hours and whatnot. Because I have my like clan and stuff, but like typing and stuff's a lot more, just a lot harder. I think it's just because RuneScape on. I want YouTube streaming in general is not like super popular. And most of my content's like hit or miss on if people like it or not. Just one of those things. I don't do it for a living, so it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it matters, but like nothing that I'm like too worried about. But I don't know if anyone else is really streaming on YouTube for RuneScape comp stuff. I think it was, but oh the and you just did it. Like you only used Necro the whole time. Did you take melee this time or no? For the dill wave. See, I did quad bread, which is weird to say now. I did range with darts. I did take darts for killing him for what's the Hurricane himself. I took melee for like dills essentially. I took mage for Jad and just like random DPS things. Melee I kinda did the same as well. I kinda did it wave by wave. There's like a there is a cheat sheet for what wave or what combat style to use on what wave to get like the Necromancer cape the most efficient way possible. So I kind of not use that 1-to-1, but use it as like kind of some like guidelines. I had a 26-minute kill, I think. I imagine yours was like closer to like 40 minutes, right? You're gonna do Zuck? Do you not already like? Do you want to just do it for shits and giggles? Is that kind of your goal? Oh, that's not a bad time for. Wait, what tier are your weapons though? Because I think killing was 70-ish for me. It was tier 7 because I did it before Jad. I mean, not Jad, but before Nex. I'd have to go back and look at it. I think I was like 72 when I beat it. Okay, that's still like a pretty good time for just doing that. Anything sub 30 is like typically not a bad time in general. I'm not saying like elite gamer status or anything, but like kind of the goal. Yeah, yeah. Not need to start that. 30K. Is it 45K? 35K I need. Okay. Try and order a pizza for later tonight. Have my fiance pick it up on her way back from work. You don't have thresholds. That's the thing. You don't technically have them. Like you do and you don't. Like I wouldn't. I wouldn't define them as thresholds, right? Because it's just like they require a, a whole like 60 adrenaline, or like a whole 100, or they require 10. I think there's one that requires 20. What do you mean Vit pot suck? What do you mean Vitality pot for normalizing? Guess I'm confused on what you're asking. Have you done Zuck before? I'm sorry. So you're gonna. I typically go for flawless. So the only reason I ever take Vitality pot is. Are you doing normal mode or hard mode? I only use Vitality pot for like oh shit moments. Like you can technically use a Vitality pot on every single challenge wave, and typically not die from it, except for the the first challenge. For first challenge, you just use chain, and then abilities and whatever. Normal's kind of like dirt easy. And you don't have an extra stone. Because if you just have an extra stone, you could just like make it now. I mean, it sounds fun. So what I take is essentially mage shit, and then DPS rotation is going to be a little bit harder. I don't think you would need to ult. Honestly, challenge one's going to be fucking rough. I'm trying to think how I do that with. How would I do that with Necro? Because it doesn't have like that is like literally the worst type of AOE for hit. Vitality pot and try and kill as many as you can. Yeah, I guess that's what I do. Yeah, because I don't think he'll struggle in the pizza phase. Because he's got it's pretty good consistent damage, I imagine. I don't think the special will reduce the typeless damage from that. I just think you kill like 3 or 4 as many as you can with Vitality pot and you'll be good to go. I wouldn't use like anything else. I could be wrong. I feel like Reflect doesn't. Because that's my thing is like, does Reflect work? Yeah, you just Vitality. Oh my god. On my ult at the wrong time. Challenge one's really the. I think it'll do really well for. Oh shit! Wait, you could just use the. I would just save to your ultimate, your skull thing, and then what it should do is it should just bounce around him. I think it bounces what I don't know what its default bounces. Bounces between yourself and enemies within 5 tiles up to 4 times. I think you just do that. Start off with that. So don't use that on Zuck and use that on challenge one. Yeah, I'd say you do that and then you walk away from it so it just bounces between the enemies. I don't think it'll one-shot them by any means, but Ran out of greater on one of my ults. Greater. Do I have my other ult? Sell some stuff in my ults like fast. Start trying to sell things. So you make sure not to miss this. It's because your one of your spirits is still in battle. So I find it really, really annoying as well. And I'm pretty sure it's the zombie one. But that's what it is. There's someone still taking damage from one of them. It's so annoying. I hate it. And if it keeps doing it, I had to relog one time because even when I was like, no, for a fact, none of my things are still alive, it was still doing it. See if that works though. Sometimes you just have to wait it out or be really, really quick. Definitely click that one, but my god, that's only one drop as well. Yeah, I imagine you'd have accuracy issues, which means you're just gonna be hitting like nothing. But I don't know how the damage would be. If you're in power gear, you're probably gonna get slapped. If you're in tank gear, I think you'd be fine, but and if you have like darkness, let's say darkness and tank gear would make that a lot easier. But I don't. I wouldn't even do it normal. Like I wouldn't do it in any style tier 70 mate or tier 70 power gear, let alone necromancy. Damn, those have dropped a bit. Won't drop it too much more than that. I definitely did. Okay, thank God. Yeah. It's kind of the fun though of using macros. You're kind of learning like how does this actually do because no one knows. Like in theory, it might work one way, and then you remember you're in tier 70 gear, and it's just hard in general. So I went and did like one of the challenges is do all the God Wars dungeon. You got to get that full book. I think that's what's going to be the most money right now, that or Magma Tempest. But I imagine someone's actually trying to buy a full book. I don't imagine anyone's trying to buy a Magma Tempest Codex right now. I thought that was a fucking butterfly. A rat. Oh no, it's a bird. It's one of them, yeah. Well, it's like win book for training, Grim, if you want to just bleed money, and then full book for any of the bosses. Well, even on the bosses, it looks like the full book performs as good, if not better, than the grimoire. I think it's because you just have so much damage as it is, and you're critting enough that you'd rather just have the like percent increased damage that the full book will give you, and you already have 100% accuracy on all the bosses, so you can like take the accuracy hit on the bosses. Because it's bad everywhere else, because it just nerfs your accuracy by X amount. Can't remember if it's 10, 15, or 20%. I feel it's 10%, but I can't really. I don't use Grim like ever really. I bought one and then it's got like a 15 mil an hour upkeep. And I'm just like, if I can do this without it, I'll do it without it because it typically never pays to actually use it. It has a fun factor though, and that's why a lot of people just use it. It's just fun. It's fun to hit big. Grim lets you hit big. Like Zamius, like high enraged Zammy, I can understand because it feels like you really do need it, or otherwise you just have a risk to fail. Back with like FSOA, essentially just with FSOA in general, it feels way more worth it because it just mean way more than any other combat style and setup. Windbuck's just stupid for training because it actually does give the XP. If it didn't give the XP in its typeless, then it would be bad. Say full book would be better than in most cases, or just not just anything. Um, I have my 10-hour video that kind of has some info, presets, and whatnot. The hardest part getting into Zammy is the dungeon run to get to it. But I actually think Zammy's just a really well set up boss, or like it's pretty easy to learn sub 100, and then after 100 it becomes a little bit harder, or quite a bit harder. Actually, a lot harder. But it just takes trial and error. I did it on release, and I kind of learned it that way, just throwing myself at it. Did story mode run back when I did it. Actually, on day of release, I did story mode. I was like, "Holy shit! Story mode is hitting 4Ks on me." And I was like, if this is story mode, we're gonna get fucking raped when we actually go to the normal mode. And then we do normal mode, it's like, man, it's hitting the exact same as story mode. And then I see within like 2 hours or so, there's a patch note that says, we have changed story mode to actually be story mode, essentially. Because doing story mode was the exact same difficulty as normal mode. Which threw me off so much. It was I have a stream of like the whole day of release of that, but Zammy's essentially just the biggest learning curve is understanding the pads and how they interact with them. You don't have to care as much before 100. So essentially, I don't know how much you know about Zammy. Essentially, there's 6 different pads. Each one of the pads you have to activate to go into a phase. on Zami at the end has 7 phases in total, one for each of the pads, and then one at the very end of the pad. Um, I think it's correct. I hope I'm wording that correctly. But each one of the pads will have a negative effect and a benefit. And as the fight goes on, each one of the ones that you previously activated get a stack. Uh, but yeah, each one of them is a stack. So there is one, for example, that will like reduce your healing and that you do by X amount percent, and that can get up to like I want to say like 60 or 70% reduced healing from all sources, counting soul split and food. So that's one where like maybe you want to take that later, not earlier. And then when you get to 100% enrage, everything flip flops. So you go into the portal, and all the debuffs that you had before, if it had 1 stack before, it now has 7 stacks. If it had 7 stacks, it now has 1 stack. So that's the hardest part. And I have a video that goes over 10 hours of normal mode and hard mode. Hard mode being 100% plus, and the other one being 99%. Um, and I go over all the runes and my pathing and pads and whatnot. So there's better like full detailed guides, but mine does exist. And if you like stats and numbers and all that jazz, I typically focus on the number side of things because that's what I care about. But I throw in like bits, like little bits and bobs of like the important part. You need to know this shit. This is like a helpful tip. All that jazz. So yeah, they nerfed sub 100. It's still not like terrible by any means, but yeah, day release it was really really good. It was good because you got luck mitigation. Now you don't get luck mitigation until 100 plus. But the meta used to be just spamming 99% rage, which is the exact same at 50%. We just didn't know that at the time. Um, and you just go for fast kills, stack up the luck mitigation until you're guaranteed a drop. That's what the meta used to be. I'd say it's definitely worth it for like the first 25 or so until you get comfortable. It's kind of like doing Telos before 100% rage. Like it's kind of worth it, but kind of not. Like it's got its place. Or I think doing sub 100% still like 20 or 30 mil an hour or something like that. It's not bad. The normal drops are great. The normal drops haven't been nerfed really. So it's still like good consistent. You're just not gonna get luck mitigation. A 113, halfway to 120. Yeah, definitely click that. That pisses me off. If they just remove the skeleton event, I would like give this a 10 out of 10. But the fact that it exists in the sparkle thing's so stupidly hard to see. And blind mode does not do anything. So I know that for a fact they're gonna have to change it because that doesn't work the way it should. Then I imagine post Monday that'll be changed, but who knows by how much. Dude, why did my XP an hour just drop so much there? Goal for today is just experience. It's just a grind day. Trying to get back in the flow of things after yesterday. I gotta send a. I'm gonna help a friend with their setup for necromancy real fast. We're open. Today's just try and grind as much as I can. Play the boring goal, but I got all my big goals out, which is like getting all my ult set up. That's fast. I'm guessing as a sub 20-minute run rate. Do you have max mage? See, I have max mage aside from appraisals because I refuse to buy appraisals. I have like the tiers 88 or tier 87 player own port stuff, and they just do the job for everything. So yeah, it's a nerf because it was a bug fix. Like the bug just existed for so long. So I'm one of the people where like I actually think this is good from Jagex to like fix a bug, but like it just sucks that the community just like experienced the bug for so damn long they're just gonna turn it into a feature. But no, what I think they should have done, like, it specifically, so there's like very specific abilities that got like hard nerfed, like Magma Tempest. Anything that does like several different hits apparently gets hits harder than like everything else. I'm not entirely sure how or why, but so I think the correct fix is buff those abilities, fix the actual bug, which is like levels that are the exact same should do the same damage. Just because it's boosted or not shouldn't mean it does less or more damage. Screw up. I had to help a friend with something real fast and listen to feel it. Dude, I can't remember where my ability bar is for Necro. They're used for these candles. That's all I know. I don't know, like, I haven't checked their durability or anything like that, so couldn't tell you. As far as I'm aware, it's just quality of life. It reduces how often you have to repair. Like all candles right now, they seem very useless. I still use greater ones just because I have them. I just had my ult make a lot of them because I wanted to test if they did anything. But no, I don't. I don't see a like need for it. Okay, I can't fail this one. I keep fucking up for AFK at the wrong times for the last ones. I haven't got a book for a while. It's just the fastest. So combat XP kind of caps out, I think, at like 1.3 mil is the highest possible, and that's like going super sweaty. It caps at like 1.3 mil. Oh, I guess it's more like 1.6 mil is the highest cap physically possible, what I've seen with Necro, with combat, and that's like spamming spells and everything, and doing some either ED3 shit or it just seems like the best. But this is pretty chill. I'm doing it because I also need the souls. It's just chill and like more XP, like up to like 1 million plus XP more, and it scales by level. So just across the board, it's just simply put, it's the fastest. It's the meta. And yes, it's from the event specifically. Just doing this and like my ults. So my ult is getting 27 KXP, and that's just not interacting with the events, and then actually interacting with the events, you get up to like 2 million plus. Really depends on your level. And it all depends on the tier of ritual you're doing and your soul attraction level. So you'll see like anything over 500 soul attraction level is where you unlock all the events and being tier 3. So like that green blob that you'll occasionally see, that will only show up on tier 3 over 500% soul attraction. So, and that blob thing can give like an XP tome that gives a fuckload of XP. I think last time I did it was like 86k XP from just a single tome. So yeah, attraction glyphs if you're not after specific things. So, like, I'm using a mix of multiplier and soul attraction because as long as I'm over 520, that's all. Like, I mean, over 500%, soul attraction doesn't really matter as far as we're aware. And I'm using multiplier so I can get more souls. And if you're producing something, then you have two options: either speed. So, like the meta is using speed 2, soul attraction, essentially, and that's it. With the pure essence thing. But I don't want the speed thing. I can't fit in the speed thing. I'd rather have more multipliers for my souls. So there's like one small improvement I could make for the XP an hour here. I just don't think it's worth giving up souls. So, I'll see that one. I hate that. It makes you walk. It's so stupid. No, I haven't capped it. I haven't had a reason to. I didn't think I was ever going to cap it until after 200 mil, but now I was like, it's still good XP. Like, just as good as the other way, it just costs a bit, so. And I didn't know the combination that I wanted to do for it at the time. So, I just wasn't worried about it. And I'm not capping out the fastest way possible because I'm still going for XP. Because the fastest way for me to do that is just turn everything into multipliers. And then I could get like 300 plus souls per one. But I'm not doing that. So I'm going after XP. I'll eventually get it with the way I'm going at it now. I think I'm really close to it though. I'll check after this. So I need like another 2k. So I'm really close. I just, even if I unlock this, I wouldn't use it. So that's been the main reason why is just no reason. I can't remember the quest requirement. I don't know one of the quests has. It's only 30k. So yeah, once it's at 35, I'll switch. I'll do this till that. That's my current goal. I wish I could set up Alt 1 to like just yell at me for that. Like these are that I think that's the second best event is that one, and then the Blob's the first one, the best. I've destroyed 3 of them. I've destroyed 1 on each one of my ults, and then 3 on my main. I'll claim 1 eventually. I like the spam. And I'm not someone that like cares about pets in general. They're purely cosmetic. So I just like spamming because I find spamming more enjoyable than actually having a pet following me. So yes, I have had one. I do not currently actively own one. Also on the pet note, I have like literally the perfect pet. So I will like never replace this guy. Like I will never use an owl over another snowman. He's just too cute. Yeah, it fits my theme too well. It's like so adorable. Goal after 200 mil is just make money, make some videos, and then max my ults probably. But it's literally just money making stuff. That's all. So definitely, I'd say right after this is gonna be 10 hours of the first boss. That way, I can also get the plates required for the armor, and then I'll do 10 hours of the first necromancer. So those are the 2 right away goals. And then I'll probably take a small break. I have like 3 videos that I have all the stuff recorded for already. I kind of want so if I was gonna do a Road 2 series, so my highest priority is the 10-hour videos because I thoroughly enjoy them. But I could do like a combination, like do that alongside making 10 hours of loot videos and just kind of like because if I was gonna do a progress video, it'd be a money making method. Like specifically, I want every single rare in the game type. Like that would be one of my goals. Like, because my end goal is like a yellow party hat at some point, but I could technically obtain that right now. But what I actually want is a loot tab of every single rare, because that sounds like dope as shit. I'm just yeah, it just sounds fun. Like I want a tab with like a Santa hat, all the Halloween hats, uh, like pumpkin and whatnot. But then if I go down that route, I want to like do it as like an unlock series where like for every rare that I get, I unlock something. but I just don't know how that would work. Like, kind of like how the task system is for Necromancer, I would just need to, like, make tasks that correlate with it. Because I think just, like, grinding up money gets kind of boring. And I love some challenges. I just don't... I could... I don't know. Because I could just keep it plain, just like, hey, this is a series to make XXXX, or I could do, like, for like kind of, I don't know if you've seen like concept for like Tileman or like Chunk Locked or whatnot. Imagine Chunk Locked, but like a region or a whole area is unlocked from a rare. Like I can't use the GE till, or like, yeah, rare locked essentially. But like there's actually a shitload of rares in RS3, so it's not as good as a series as you might think. Like I would love to do something like that. The problem with everything with YouTube and RuneScape 3 is it is not viable career option at all. So like to make it, the videos would just take so long. We're 10-hour loot videos. I can do one of those a week, ideally. Progress videos, not so much. That's the biggest problem. Because I work 40 plus hours a week, and even if YouTube went well, there's no I would make more doing it than I would RuneScape. I mean, working, because I make six figures in my real job. So like realistically, there's no pathway down this. I would enjoy the hell out of it, but I have hard enough just keeping up with one loot video a week though. And with the whole kids situation, I really don't know. But ideally, that's what I would do. Is if I didn't have to work and I had infinite amount of time, I would do like some rare locked series where I'd like combine getting a rare with some task system or something. 100% would do that, because that to me would like make me enjoy the game. I don't care if anyone would watch. It's like that's what I would enjoy to do. Like I enjoy doing the 10-hour loot videos. That's why I make them, because I like having my website with like all the money making methods that I have. Like I enjoy that. I enjoyed like making the website. I enjoyed everything about it. It's like why I made the website is like I quit my last job, so I needed just something to make me more confident in skills and whatnot, make me sellable. And I was like also wanted to tie it into RuneScape. So my two options for like combining programming in my career in RuneScape was path one was making bots. Path two is making YouTube and doing like some website or something to keep track of things. And I went with option two. I really almost went down the botting route though, because there's a lot of cool shit that you can do. Like it just feels like wrong-ish, and it puts my main account. Like, I wouldn't care about any of the money I'd make. I just enjoy like the process of like, yeah. See, botting on old school is too fucking easy though. There's no bots in RS3 really. Like none that are like consistent. Like I would want to do it because I want to make a bot that can do Corrosius. That was like something in my brain that like I wanted to do that. Because I think it'd be a fun challenge. But I just can't risk my main. Like like I could do it, but I'd have to like go through a whole like everything I do would be through like some virtual machine on that's based in like the UK or whatnot, and it's a huge time commitment because how old school does their bots is everyone has the IDs of everything. RS3, not all the IDs. When I say IDs, I mean like character, like this tile has a value, this tile has an ID, this tile has an ID, this tile has an ID, like all that jazz. But I don't think that's accessible on RS3 the way it is on old school, so it becomes like damn near impossible. So what you have to do is do kind of like image detecting stuff, like code something and be like, hey, this is a chest. You can click this at this point. Or, hey, this is a black demon. Kill it, or something like that. Like, that part would be fun. Yeah, image recognition. Like, that shit sounds fun to me. Like, solving those problems sounds incredibly fun. It's just, I'd get banned. Like, RuneScape 3's botting detection system is way better than old school's. It's not perfect by any means, but, like, they do ban people pretty consistently. And they do it IP, they do it based on, they have access to know, like, your graphics card ID. So, like, if your graphics card interacts with it at all, so I'd have to do everything through a virtual computer. It's just a lot of, like, I did look down it. And I went down the more morally correct one. It's harder than what you think, though. It's not just like it's hard. Like I used to create bots in old school way back when. Discount's been banned for it at one point way back when. Like when I say way back when, I mean like damn near 10 years ago. And what I found is I didn't really care about the money as much. I liked the fact that something was going on that I told it to do, and I could see some like number go out without me doing anything. That's what I found fun, and I found like the problem solving side of it super enjoyable. But yeah, no. But instead, I built a website that keeps track of all my YouTube stuff. So it looks like a simple website, and it is. But I went through and did it like a very like corporation style way, where everything's set up using industry standard things. It's not just something running locally. I bought a website. I did all that stuff. I did all the DNS service mapping myself. So if I ever end up jobless, that's typically what I do. Is I just like start tying in my It's just across the board. Some way to like keep track, and it's something I found super fun. Had some use. Because I love seeing like a whole list of money making methods, and the RuneScape wiki has it, but it's not completely accurate. Sometimes it's way overestimating something, or sometimes it's underestimating it. So I just enjoy that type of stuff. Because at the end of the day, I'm just after what's the best way for me to make money on my alts. It's kind of like one of my end goals or like my current goal for my end goal of I want a yellow party hat because I used to have one and I just want it back again. I'm like childish. I have like a very specific outfit that I want to reclaim, and it's something that like I treasure, like just memories of that old outfit because it's like a time and place of I don't know. It gets like kind of like deep on why I like it so much, but it's kind of cool. Quite powerful my ults. I have an old screenshot, so it's like Armadillo, a Staff of Light, an Arcane Spirit Shield, and a yellow party hat with the summoning cape. That's like my old Dicer type outfit. I had a screenshot at one point. I don't know where it's at. I don't have really time to like find it. But like Armadillo, Staff of Light, like the one-handed version way back when, so I'd have to find like some replacement for that, obviously. And then yellow party hat. And that was like, I loved that look. Yeah. And the thing is, you can get it still with replica, so it's not like unobtainable. Yeah. But there's plenty of other like good weapons I could probably find that like fit that color scheme. I reproduced it in old school, like not too long ago, so I know I have a screenshot of it somewhere. I think it's just because the character models have been updated. And like small stuff like that, like how our character like stays, like our stance, and I think that's why it looks a little bit off because I do think it looks like identical. But I agree. There's like something. I don't know if you can see, but my send my ult to go buy some stuff in. Some of the money has been just came in. It looks like finish this and check it out. Oh, that's some 554 mil made by my ult so far today. This is almost there's not a huge upfront cost on this either. Because I'd have to liquidate more than what I'm comfortable with. I'm not like a huge rush for it. Plus, if I get it, then it's like a what next type goal. Like lately, all the money that my main's been making has been going into my alts. Like they all have like essentially max made at the moment. Well, like roughly, they've got a lot of money invested in them. That's a very tough question. I would like to. I don't think I would though. And if I did do it, I'd be doing it differently. I don't need another account's the thing. And I think it was good for the game that they did do it. I just think they should do leagues. That's my honest opinion. Like leagues in RS3, if they did it well and had some creativity for it, it'd be so good. And a lot of like the task systems we already have built in. It's just like thinking of a way to make it unique, accelerated, and different. It's like I have several ideas. Like imagine if we had like I don't know. There's no adrenaline cost for any ability in game. Like stuff like that they could add as like a reward for certain checkpoints. I really like the tat of like the area restrictions on like leagues for old school. So that's they just need leagues in RS3 at some point just to try it because it's massively successful in old school, massively, and it's so much fun. Like I'd say like per minute of enjoyment, I had the most fun on leagues. I've done two. I always go for Dragon Rank, and I love it. I love it, love it, love it. But Fresh Start Worlds is different because it's a new account. You have to do all the quests. You can't skip them like you can on leagues. Um, I don't know. They added some things that were nice, like a chance to get a double drop and increased XP rates and stuff like that. The armor and like they kind of did it, but they didn't commit to it to the level that I'd like. But it was successful. Like it was really successful. They were trying to appeal to new people with fresh start, which it did. Like if you played through it, you found people that were like have never or haven't played RuneScape in X amount of years, and that was kind of cool. I love the community side of it. Like there's still plans to this day that still exist that were formed in Fresh Start Worlds that are still going. But it did turn I don't think it's the healthiest environment. Like it did turn into shit. So I was trying to do. The answer is more than likely I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't be able to do it as far as I did it before because I just won't take the time off to do it, and more than likely I'll have more responsibilities than what I currently do. But I would do it for money, just to see how much money I can make. But if I can't go hard on it, I don't know how much it'd even be worth doing it. Because I don't think anyone wants to watch someone just like half-ass it. Yeah. Yeah, if I did it again, I'd actually still go down the dungeoneering angle. Because if I'm going to go at it for money, I'd still go down that angle. I would just go at it completely differently. I would be able to get 120 DG in less than 4 days. Like 100%. If I went hard on it, I could. I got 99 in 2 days, I think. No, maybe. I'm trying to think. I don't know. But no, I'd be doing DG with 4 ults. That's exactly what I'd be doing. Is I would just be making. Yeah, I hosted floors. I hosted floors. I sold floors. I just everything DG related. I did. Oh, are you talking like way back when with like Kiers, like when you sold floors? Yeah, I did that. I think there's like a few clans that existed, but yeah, I used to sell leeches and stuff like that. Yeah, it was really good. Still not terrible right now, but the people in it just do it because they really enjoy DG. Like, like during the Fresh Start World stuff, I met a lot of people that are in those environments. They taught me a lot of things as well. Um, and yeah, they still actively do it. I don't think they accelerate anywhere else really in the game, but they just keep doing DG because they enjoy it. Like Glue, like Glue is someone that like I think still sells floors and whatnot, and he's just amazing at the game in general. Like he's one of the top people in the game right now, and he's someone that I interacted with a little bit on Fresh Start Worlds, I believe. No way! God damn it! Fuck. I don't even know what click I screwed up there. Yeah, I think the first double XP weekend I ever did. This is back when it was like double drops and double XP. I was doing dungeoneering for chaotics, and I was doing next. Those were the two things I was doing back to back. Like, if I wasn't doing one, I was doing the other the whole time. I really miss the like double drop weekends. I understand why it doesn't exist, but they were really fun. I think they only had them twice. I want to say, but I fully understand they're not the greatest for the environment. I mean, for the environment for the RuneScape economy. I that's actually when I'd say is like pretty damn good at the game is when next release was around. So I was like one of the few people. I think there's like less than 5 people that soloed next pre EOC, and I was one of them. Like I'm talking pre EOC, like next, where it took. I think my first run at it took like 46 minutes to solo. 46 minutes for solo next, and I got Pernix legs at one point that were over 1.3 bill back then. I still have like the videos that I watched that helped me learn it, like on my bookmarks. Because the method was you'd like hit next and then walk under it while she walked towards you, and then she'd walk back to the middle. And then there's some things that got like patched during that as well, where like you could poison the minions without being able to, like Kruar, the minions in the corners. You could like poison them and kill them before the phase. Yeah, you could just skip a bunch of phases. But yeah, next pre-OC was really fun. Yeah, that's actually when I had a party hat as well as back then. I had a yellow for a while, and then I went to a white right before. I was like, hey, maybe I should go for 5.4 bill. Or I think at the time it was like 5.2 bill XP. And then I sold that for like 3 or 4 bill. And that just allowed me to buy Herblore essentially. Essentially, I spent almost a full party hat value on 200 mil Herblore. So, because back then it was so much money. So, and it was just basic overload. So I have like 40 or 50,000 overloads at one point. Yeah, ranks are forever. Fuck. I don't know how I missed that. I could talk about like those. That's when I think I played. Like that's I was like super into RuneScape. Like didn't play any other game except occasionally Minecraft back then. I think I might AFK for a bit after this one. I want to set up some plans for dinner, get some ice out, get some milk, cookies. I'll finish this one, then AFK for a little bit. Alright, see ya. Thanks for chatting. Really appreciate it. Just having one other person is just nice. See ya. Will do. Just AFKing for a bit. Get some food. Let's see what we can. Music. But, I'm my XP up though. Holy shit. How am I able to just hit 30 Ks?
some more that. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't wanna lose where we at. Oh, you're the one that I need. Let's just take it slow and just breathe. Loving someone is not easy, you know, but it makes us feel alive. So we go with the flow. Just love me harder, have no mercy on me. Just tell me louder if you're loving me. Just love me harder, have no mercy on me. Tell me louder if you're loving me. pretend? Tell me, why do you wanna end? Was he really just a friend? No sign of you at all. Just pictures on these walls, reminding me of how you threw away all that we've gone through. Was it all just a game to you? Cause I'm dying to know, why do you wanna end? Was it real or just pretend? Tell me, why do you wanna end? Was he really just a friend? Cause it's playing in my head, every word that you said, I ain't worked it out yet. So why do you wanna end? Was it real or just pretend? If there was any sign that our love was in decline, I would have begged you not to go. I would have given even more. My heart is breaking up inside. Can't believe our love has died. Guess it's out of my control. Why do you wanna end?
Mastercore? Mhm.
Jet planes in the night sky with you. Getting high in the sunrise with you. Getting through all the bad times with you. I wasn't missing a thing I would do. And I wish that I could do this machine. 'Cause I moved on, and now you're gone. Oh, if only I could build a time machine, I'd come and get you. I can't forget you. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you all the time. I wish that, I wish that, I wish that you were mine. I miss you, I miss you, I miss you all the time. I wish that, I wish that, I wish that you were mine.
I did. Nope. Oh, I'm still alive. Okay. Drying off from a shower.
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark's all that I see when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the time. I can find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars. But I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet, I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Alright. I'll let this overload run out. Back to rituals. Oh.
show when she moves the chair to look out at her view. But a shop was built right across the street. It stands where the sunrise used to be. In the afternoon from the couch to read goes through old pictures and memories. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so they got old. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so they got old. Our heroes so they got old. Our heroes so they got old. Smiles they fade because her dad only visits once a month. Since she got a family of her own, it's kept the two apart. Used to have so many visitors, but now the only one is the nurse that helps her move the chair to look out at the sun. But a shop was built right across the street, and it stands where the sunrise used to be. In the afternoon, from the couch to read goes through old pictures and memories. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so they got old. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten. Our heroes so they got old. People don't stay the same, you know. I just hope their stories will still be told. What you do to me? There's nothing left to see. You left me in the dark now. I'm blended with disease. What you do to me? It's my dignity. You made me rip that all apart now. And there is no remedy. And I'm like, oh, eh, oh, I don't know how far this goes.
Back to normal. Children. Oh, oh. Vibing, man. Phone got 200 mil already. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, it's the one on main. Alright, love you. Do you want to watch a movie when I get home? Or when you get home? Are you getting Subway as well? Okay. Do you want to watch that Jackie Chan movie? Okay. Alright. Okay. Sounds good. Bye. Alright, I'm gonna have to stop stream for a bit. I'm just gonna relax with my fiance, watch some movie, and eat some pizza while I'm doing the grind. So, because I haven't spent a whole lot of time with her, and she's getting off work today, this weekend. So, alright, bye.